Oh god. Hello. Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. I say to the ghosts.
Hehe.
It's the final.
I didn't realize
stream,
this was a Halloween stream.
right? It's the final stream of Ace Attorney 1. We did it 2 days in a row because we were like we have to finish. But I've had to
Finish him.
I had to do some videos in between. So we split it up. I'm very excited. This case has been really fun. So some of my new favorite characters.
The most handsome man in all of Ace Attorney.
There have been a couple of handsome men. Because Marshall's also, you know.
Okay.
I don't like his attitude, but
I'll say this as someone who is not interested in men, period. Jake Marshall can kind of get it.
yeah. Cowboy aesthetic is good sometimes.
Yeah, he kind of pulls it off. I'm here for it.
It carries a lot of uncomfortable connotations, but removed from that, when they're chill, it's cool. But yeah, I'm very excited. And do you guys want to introduce yourselves? I'm Daniel, by the way.
Hello, I'm Yessie. I'm in charge of the assets and the decoration and voicing pretty much every female character. But that may be subject to change for now. We were previewing roles for the next game, and we might have some surprises. You can find me at YesterDarling on most social media. Go check out social media for Katsu info. This is the final announcement for it.
Yeah.
And I'm Duncan. I have a refreshing cup of coffee this morning. Or it's not morning anymore, it's the afternoon. I'm very tired, though, so it feels like the morning.
Yeah. When we start the game, energy should be up, but...
Yeah.
So let's just do that.
Lass und rocken.
Let's not waste
Let's
any more
just
time.
jump right into it.
Okay. Before I ended last stream, I had like a terrible wave of anxiety where I was like, did I save it properly?
Oh no.
Cuz, the idea that I didn't save it and we would start the next stream and we would be at like the beginning of yesterday.
We'd have to speedrun it.
Yeah. Okay. This is the defendant lobby, all right. Just as shitty as it used to be. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? 3PO! Where could she be? A very niche joke. And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if I'm all alone. Who's this?
Mystery person.
Ah!
Edward.
It's me. Front-facing Edgeworth can't hurt you. He doesn't exist.
He looks so cursed front facing.
He
It makes me
does.
sad.
Edgeworth.
But you know what? I always find it reassuring because Edgeworth is a handsome man, and even a handsome man like him looks cursed front-facing. So I
Yeah.
find that almost reassuring.
I was talking, so I'm a nerd, and I like playing video games in Japanese to practice. So yesterday I started save in Ace Attorney 4 in Japanese. And I was thinking while I was playing, like, I really wish that they would remake all of the games. Like, what I wouldn't give to see all of the games that they've made for Ace Attorney, but in that art style, because that's like, in my opinion, that's where it peaked.
Fourth game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, it's so good.
Okay.
I'd like to see front-facing Edgeworth in that art style.
That's Apollo Justice 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Knowing you've already figured it out.
Maybe.
Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. And I had it before you did, Phoenix, so Damon jumpscare.
Yes.
2.
Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling.
Oh my god. Edgeworth, are we collaborating?
Are we
Are we
stopping
working
crime
together?
5
Oh my
minutes,
God.
right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it!
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this.
Is this character development?
Hello?
In my Ace Attorney?
It's more likely,
More likely,
than you think.
yeah. More likely than you think. Lana's hiding something. And the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
Truth.
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you.
Gasp.
If If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it.
Hello, Baron.
See you in court, right?
See you in court. Wrong. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gaunt has on her, it's now. It's just immediately. So,
Who's doing the judge again?
I can.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright. Forgot about that.
you'll probably have to do Lana and Emma at some point during this, but
But not right now.
not right now.
The judge
Very
makes
nice.
sure that you have plenty of lines.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Oh, good. Chief Gaunt.
My secret crush.
Why does he just fade in? I didn't realize my promo was so...
Morning, folks. How you been doing? Hey, had you been to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
It's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? He's going to steal your man.
He's
That's
gonna
what
look
his
at us.
proposal is. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it would save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Bouquet?
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Fuck! Ah!
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
I mean, she's really digging her own grave here.
Objection. You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana, I'm here. I've already been paid. Actually, I don't know if I have. Do I get
No.
paid?
Yeah. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney.
Just love if Phoenix just had
I
a
think,
crisis. Is like, wait, no one's ever paid me.
so
Shit.
Larry definitely didn't pay. I think Maya probably didn't end up paying. Will Powers probably did. I think my headcanon is that Edgeworth was like, here, I'm paying you for defending me. And Phoenix was like, no. And Maya was like, I'll take the money. We need money. And then Lana probably paid for this trial because, like, yeah.
Is there like a character in this, just like Osamu Tezuka's Blackjack, where he's just like the best lawyer, but he charges so much money?
I mean, I'm not sure about the best, but that's most lawyers charging so much money
Yeah.
in real life.
Well, yeah.
The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial.
Awesome,
Even
we
if
lost.
Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
I'll cry. I'll cry at the court. This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
And then Emma shows up. And then Emma shows up.
Objection!
Nope. It's
There
Edgeworth.
we go.
Okay.
Oh boy. One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you.
Fuck you.
But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
I've never been a good boy in my life.
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief
Oh
Gaunt.
shit.
What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be.
Phoenix. Eyes
Damn.
widen.
With the sudden confession from the defendant, it is obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everybody operates as you do, Worthy.
Shut the fuck up.
I thought so.
Yes, he will defend.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to...
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye.
Damn.
That's what I'm saying. Exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. He speaks from personal experience.
Was I...
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request.
I forget what I was, like, playing or watching recently. That was, like... It's... Oh, I think it was another code that I was playing where it's all like, it's better to know the truth,
Yeah.
even if it hurts. So, hearing that a lot in a lot of games recently.
That's all right with you, right, Chief Gaunt?
Well, at least I'll live. All right.
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
I feel like student is what you would
2
say.
years ago, you encountered the serial killer, Joe Dark, of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yeah. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
I like how you just go with that, sir.
He sure gave in fast.
Exactly. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun.
Hello? Yes? We're visiting me?
Yes.
It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was visiting my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. He looked kind of like an Oompa Loompa.
Onion head.
Onion head. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
Everything!
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
That's for me to know and you to find out.
Yeah, Detective Edgeworth just slip in the judge the note that says, "Just trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro."
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
You ever wonder sometimes if the trial just goes crazy enough that the judge just decides to sit there eating popcorn and stuff? Ooh, this is getting good.
Alright. I don't see any specific thing we need to press, so I'll just press everything.
Yeah, why don't we just press everything for now?
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gunn. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
So, I'm wondering, if, since now you do have two characters that are here, should I take the judge again?
Go for it.
Okay. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gott and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
We know who. A man?
Yeah, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
A what?
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic, because the elevator was going up. Then, he ran to Sky and Gunt's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gaunt and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gaunt.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he had the first run. He was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
I don't need to press that one.
I mean,
Unless that's the specific one I need to press. That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
tell us. What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When the lightning struck and the light went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the 2 began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, I just had to press it.
That's the one we didn't press.
Can you tell us about that?
But Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, but just then the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
No, I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yeah, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
Hear more.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
No,
Ask about the picture. You want to know about that?
this picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright, we got the line we
Check
need.
your
Yeah, let's check our evidence now.
I went ahead and did it. Check the evidence.
Yeah.
Are we gonna need something here?
There might be something worth
There's something we
investigating.
might want to investigate right now.
Okay. What is it?
Look at one of our newer pieces of evidence. One of the most recent ones.
Oh, well, it could be this. Evidence list. I guess I
Well.
didn't check this. What?
Oh!
The fuck?
It's the picture.
Okay.
Well, now we have the
Investigate
picture.
it. Because otherwise it's not gonna let you use it.
Magic marker. Very specific.
Wow! Magic!
Got
Honestly,
a
that's a good drawing.
bad feeling about this. Alright.
All right, let's get through the
You drew a
this,
picture
and
of
then we
the
can present that.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yeah, I wanted to do everything I could to help in the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, and I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it!
This picture that I drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, we already did. Beat you right to it, Phoenix. Anyway, let's continue. It seems that it's imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man...
Alright, let's go back to that line, and we'll present it.
And they're gonna be all like, what? This is just a list of evidence. And it's gonna
The
be like,
picture's
look at
right
the
here.
back of the
Look at the
evidence.
back. Look at
And-
the back, you idiot.
And the judge is gonna be like, holy shit. You
Oh,
were right.
guacamole.
Objection!
There's a picture here.
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Look at the back, you dumb
Turn it
bitch.
over. Turn it. Oh! What's this?
You're looking at it wrong, Your Honor. It's vertical. It's supposed to be horizontal. Yes, what is that?
Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
Oh my god.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to this list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth? It's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case ever reached you.
What? What? Oh, he's gonna have a fucking mental breakdown over this.
Honestly, I would too. I'd be so pissed.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what's been
He'd
causing
probably
me...
feel really. He'd probably be feeling really guilty too. Like, oh my god.
Well, yeah. But he's also probably like, this is
Yeah.
why rumors spread. Ah."
He's flabbergasted.
Order,
Wait.
order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
Oh
Oh
god.
god.
If the evidence
an
list
image.
was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. I feel like he would have looked.
That's a good point.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see.
That's a really good sandwich.
That's a really good steak.
Yeah.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
He's just very hungry.
Is anything ever right? Besides me, of
I'm
course.
sorry, Your Honor.
Perpetuates her for not having a slight aneurysm.
There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
God damn it.
No, I thought we were done with this.
I must have had a
Judge is
premonition of the blue
terrified right
badger.
now. Judge is terrified. Look at his eyes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that thing. That thing that was
No.
dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Please get that music out of here.
Cursed.
Yes. Oh,
Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Do you think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind?
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This
hey,
clearly,
hold on, Your Honor.
this clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Yeah, it clearly shows that. They're stick figures, sir.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
So, I don't think we actually have to press anything for this, huh? We just need to look at our evidence real quick, huh?
It's the blue
Let's try to focus on the more recent stuff, huh?
Yeah. So, now if we check this again.
It's like he's holding a rod, not a knife, huh? What'd you think?
Stick.
It does look like it creates like a whole...
Like, it doesn't even look like a knife, huh?
Yeah. I'll say, like, the blue badger did not exist 2 years ago, Dan.
Also, what's the,
Huh.
what else do we got? We got that picture.
We got this.
What's before the picture?
Neil's autopsy report.
What does it say here?
A knife tip was in the wound.
Is there any more details to it? Just curious.
Uh-oh.
Cause of death, single stab wound, piercing. Specimen died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. I've been found in wound was missing tip.
That's all. So minus it. It's an enclosed. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, all those people.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to look at this?
I think we've already seen what we need to present, actually.
What? What are we doing here? Do we want to present the evidence list again on this?
Not the evidence list.
The Blue Badger?
You need to turn your thinking around.
Ah,
I don't know if that hint was actually helpful, but...
Could you go through the statements again? I just want to see what each of the statements says.
This picture I drew 2 years ago. So you said it did.
What's the next one?
Flash of lightning was bright, so I could see her shadows. That I must have painted. You said the blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. Is that a subtle hint?
That was a hint.
Not for this one.
So if
Maybe not for this one, but it's a hint for later on.
Yeah.
It's a surprise hint that will help us later.
Keep going through the statements.
There's only 3.
Oh, there's 4.
Oh my god.
Okay. Now, do you think there's anything odd about this?
No.
She's saying this is exactly what she saw in that instant.
Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea.
So, the thing I'm getting at is, if this is exactly what she saw, this should have been the moment before the murder, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, don't you think it's kind of weird that he's not holding a knife? Because it doesn't look like a knife. It looks like a rod, doesn't it?
It's like this.
It's not the screwdriver, I'll give you
No,
that.
it's not the screwdriver. And we've already looked at the piece of evidence we need to look at, actually, for...
Right there, this is pretty straight, but okay.
It's on the last page, the second half of the last page of evidence.
Take a look at that picture.
Oh.
Look at this photograph.
This? You can't see my mouse. I'm highlighting the, like, pointy thing. Either
Not
that,
not
or
the pointy thing
sword.
on the armor.
Huh?
It's not the thing with the armor.
Okay. So it's like the sword part of the shield thing?
Yeah, but that's not the piece of evidence we need to present right here. Not right now.
I'm gonna be honest, I have also forgotten.
I know what we need to present right now. So, let me, I guess, try to be a little more clear. So we know that if this guy was stabbed, you know, he would have been stabbed with a knife, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a knife tip found in him. You know, it was kind of the smoking gun, that red-handed thing.
Yeah.
However, this was taken this picture was supposed to be drawing the instant before the murder. And it does not look like he's holding a knife. So what would that contradict?
The autopsy?
Yeah, it would contradict the details of the death.
Can I present the autopsy report?
Yeah, try that.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah,
I feel
If
so dumb.
So if I had pressed all of that, I'm gonna be honest, I might have figured it out. Maybe. Might have taken less time.
yeah.
But I would never have thought, like, the picture's so just like shapy that I would ever have been like, oh, that's not a knife.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
I think we, that one.
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See? The murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. It's not. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Okay, well that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not very obvious because, like, in my brain I'm always like, oh, but children's drawing, no detail. Well, not no detail, but you know what I mean.
I guess if, like... I don't know. Yeah. I feel like they never made a big deal about, like, oh, he was only stabbed once. Like, if they said that somewhere, then I would have been like, okay. Maybe I would have figured it out, but... Oh! I didn't read that.
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body.
I feel like that's a vocal exercise, like, the tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips. The tip of the knife.
The tip of the knife was found in the body. I tried. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up here.
That's right, that's about it.
I can't read those fast enough.
The knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
How fucking dare you? That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time. At the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Please stop. Please stop objecting to me. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
Oh, we're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No.
Psychic damage!
Yep, psychic damage indeed.
Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation was really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Once again. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King Prosecutor Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gaunt. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
That's true. And there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Well, we know, Your Honor.
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there possibly have been one?
There damn well was one.
That first hurdle was really intense, but after you clear that, it's like...
Yeah.
Everything else makes sense, but... I don't know. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
He believes in you,
Mr.
Emma.
Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Ha! Who- He... This photo, right?
Yeah.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is the picture of the... Oh. This is Edgeworth.
There's a picture of the award ceremony.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
So does this imply you could just break that off of the award? I would have thought like an award like that would have been like welded together or something.
I mean, if you're trying hard enough, maybe.
I guess it's just it's a little. It would make me wonder
It's
if
Ace
it's
Attorney.
if it's a fragile award. Yeah, it's Ace Attorney logic. Let's go with it.
All right. Emma.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order, order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
That can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because of the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon. And the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
He's like, oh.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
Things are taking a turn. Turnabout. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Oh,
Hold it! Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
A witness?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
This list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
telling me the blue badger is plagiarized?
God damn. Ace
Oh,
Attorney
wow.
copyright laws.
That'll be their next spinoff.
That'd be a very funny, case. Just you broke the copyright.
Imagine a very boring Ace Attorney case. Just gets really down to the weeds of copyright law.
Anyway. You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Oh, the music.
The voices.
So fucking cursed.
All this time I'd been trying so hard to forget.
Me too, Emma.
I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First, the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Yeah, that just happened. Alright.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
Certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible.
Okay, so if she knocked away someone, that would explain her handprint. I'm trying to think of how she would have seen the blue badger. I'm like, the vase? I don't know.
The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
Hammermeat, he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well,
Stop! Please don't pursue this any further!
Lana,
what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
damn.
Silence! Silence! Or I'll get up out of my chair and slap you!
Anyway,
I'll use my gavel.
The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
it seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
I think we should just start pressing stuff, huh?
Yeah. When I saw that man raise his knife.
Oh yeah, I already read this.
When you say that man, I assume you're referring to Joe Dark?
When you say that man, I assume you're referring to Phoenix, right?
I like that.
When you say that bitch, I assume you're referring to moi?
So that's from further games,
Yeah.
in which a character does refer to Phoenix consistently as that man.
It's very funny.
Okay.
Yeah, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
Power outage is what that immediately preceded the incident. It's also documented on the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
Why would you do something so dangerous? I don't fucking know.
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
I like the idea of, like, Phoenix being all like, haven't I taught you better, young lady? She was convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife, or she seems convinced.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I gotta help the other person.
What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast.
And I was dying.
I was in shock. I don't really remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. So much happening in a matter of seconds. A little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But he was the chief of detectives who thought up of this hideous beast.
Alright.
And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. It was all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I mean, I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember.
I do vaguely remember her saying something like that, and I was all like,
Yeah.
well, you got weird pins. Is it one of your weird pins? Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
For real, Phoenix.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? Dancing his little jig of joy.
He wasn't in the room, da-da-da-da-da.
His shadow? So, you mean you didn't actually see his face? With it all, with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had these 3 creepy horns.
Is that what those are?
I have no idea.
This is pointless.
I'm not up on my Blue Badger lore.
That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago.
Why is it a badger?
The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation?
But you're
If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
I will. What?
You already
what
kind
was
of hit up
was
on it earlier, Dan.
When that lightning flash. Who was this blue badger? Who is this blue badger really?
Dan, you actually already figured it out.
Yeah, you actually did earlier.
I mean, I've been thinking it. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew the picture. Yet she certainly saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, and all that exists in between.
We love a gender-inclusive king.
It is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw at that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
So yeah.
We got it.
It's the jar?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought
Time for
so.
the worst part of the trial ever.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, my favorite. Really? Okay.
More minigame.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Let me guess. I'm gonna have to like align it with something to show that it does look like with the picture or something.
The only thing that could make this worse is if they had to play the Blue Badger music over it.
Indeed, it
Duncan,
doesn't.
don't say that.
Don't curse us. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
You mean turn our thinking around?
That was my hint earlier.
Our viewpoint?
No!
I got distracted.
Why
No!
did
You have to say that.
Ah.
This is your fault.
This
I
does
didn't
take
know
a
this would
while, Dan.
happen. God damn it. Every time.
Go turn it so the opening is facing down.
Okay.
And then rotate it so it's like, facing towards you. And then
Yeah, just tilt it up now.
other way.
Other way. Other way. Keep going.
I hate it so
Like
much.
this.
There he is.
A little bit more down so he has like the top spiky.
Please? Work? Game?
There we go. You got it.
It's pretty close. It looks a little bit like it's tilted to the right, but so the reason why this is the worst is because the game is other way. Super picky about how you have it facing. So like you see how the opening is kind of like crooked?
Yeah, hold on.
How does the opening is like
Right, good
yeah.
now. That's good enough.
Please! Well, is this a miracle? Or what?
No, this is cursed.
No one can possibly deny that this jar resembles the blue badger.
Please get
I'm
this
so
music
glad
out.
that didn't take us 15 tries. It sucks.
It can't be.
Yeah, I would have figured it out at some point, but probably not that fast without you guys.
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So the badger thing was actually just a jar.
Oh. You have no idea how important this jar is.
That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please, tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
The location, the murder weapon, the murderer. I actually don't know.
Go with your gut.
I'm thinking the murder weapon. No. The murderer? Go with my gut.
Gut.
Let's convene guts. Does the murderer seem correct?
Yeah, why don't we go with that then?
Okay. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gaunt.
Objection!
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Same room. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. See, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gaunt's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gaunt's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. too late to quit now, though. So everything I said like 2 streams ago is pretty spot on.
Yeah. By the way, the reason I told you earlier to go with your gut
It doesn't
is because
matter.
actually all 3 of those were correct.
Yeah.
So you could literally choose any of them, it would be correct.
I realized.
Yep.
She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. Hold on. Okay. I had to check something. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent this jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture once more. If the man was knocked into in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
Oh!
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
So
That's a spear, Your Honor.
I did notice that like that was being highlighted earlier. So
Yeah.
yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility.
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Your Honor, permission to throw up in the court?
Ew.
Denied.
Denied. Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man in the sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall,
Oh boy. You killed a man!
Bailiff, tackle her!
It's like, oh my god.
arrest the murderer!
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
So that's why Lana's so,
Adamant
yeah.
about this.
Maybe not.
This case just took a crazy turn.
Oh my god. You peeked the mic super hard.
Sorry.
That's okay though.
It was an intense moment.
Yeah.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So, not everything I said. I didn't predict this, but I still think, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the one who did cover this all up was Gaunt, but maybe at the request of Lana.
Let's keep going to find out.
Yeah.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
Quite crazy.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try and pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. You recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Actually, we do have something.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yeah, you would be willing to bet that, but you didn't know we broke into Gon's office.
Yes, it would certainly be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
Certainly can't get dead people to testify. Not yet, anyway.
Maya's not here.
Yeah,
She's training.
Maya, why did you have to start your training arc now?
this has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
What's that smug look for, Edgeworth? Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean, there's still another possibility?
Damn right there is.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name the victim may have
Look at our
left
court record.
behind. Huh?
Let's look at our court record right now. Quick. What do you think is the smoking gun for this?
I mean, there's a thing here. Right? The broken thing
Yeah.
looks like there was something drawn in blood.
Yeah. So we're gonna want to say it's in the evidence then.
Yeah.
We know what to use.
This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright,
Sorry.
will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
It wasn't
Well, when you put it like that,
premeditated or anything.
It's pretty bad.
It's just like manslaughter. It's not.
Don't be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
I really like how the previous case really prepared Edgeworth for this case, you know?
Yeah.
Like how he's totally prepared to pursue something, even if it might be really painful from personal experience.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. He's like,
Sam.
you see his eyes? Just look at him.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. Blood must have been seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these dots, and the victim's message will become apparent. I love connecting dots.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer to us. I've got to connect
For
these
the
dots into
minigame.
letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
This might as well be the mini-game music.
This one's called Trick and Logic, I think.
Mini-game.
Can
Wee. Riveting gameplay.
Can I not connect this one? That's just gonna sit there.
Take that!
There it is.
God, I mean, I immediately saw that. And I'm like, oh, they wrote the murderer's name because that's just the.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's the classic.
Although
Yeah.
this only ever seems to happen in video games, never in real life.
Yeah, video games and it's a pretty common Japanese trope.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is not the first time I've seen this happen in a video game.
you see
This happens in literally the first case of Danganronpa.
Yeah. You see it I also see it as a joke in anime when a character fake dies in a comedy anime. They'll have a message written in blood off their finger.
Yeah.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye. Yeah, I can't say I ever would have predicted that one.
Yeah, it's quite the curveball. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gaunt. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced. Hold on, he was not innocent.
Yeah,
He was a serial killer. Wait, what the hell?
okay, if we're going by this logic, sure, maybe innocent for that count.
But he still killed 5 other people. Come on, let's be
Yeah.
real here.
Just because you're innocent for one crime doesn't make you innocent of all of them.
I feel like he's just trying to push Edward's buttons, you know? Like, is this, he's not, yes, he's wrong, but, come on, this is something he would say, because he's trying to get under his skin, you know?
I misheard that as, instead of yes, he's wrong, as yes, he's wrong, and I was like, I don't know what I said!
Yeah?
What did I do?
God.
Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
True. Exactly. I'm afraid it's not very important.
Fuck you!
Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone might say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there? Like it wasn't his fault. Order, 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 order up! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears.
Recess?
Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess.
Yay, recess!
Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I mean... God fucking...
We have 2 more parts to the trial.
Got assisted in covering up the stuff.
I don't think this next part will be as long as the last part.
Yeah.
But we have 2 more parts to the trial, basically. And the last part is the longest.
I'm like, at this point, I feel like everyone just go to prison.
Everyone.
Jail for 1,000 years.
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Yeah, he kinda was. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Bye.
Aw, he feels bad.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I'll take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here.
Oh my
She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
What is this?
I love him so much. You don't understand.
Evidence laws
Look at
for
the little
dummies.
guy. He's so cute, though.
He's gotta have a name. Like,
What would you like to name him?
Lil Buddy.
I don't know.
Oh, buddy.
Evidence
Just a little
law.
guy.
I was trying to think of like he's wearing Sherlock Holmes stuff. I'm like, is there a joke there? But I don't know. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Yep, there's time to bringing that back.
I love the idea that, like, because it's Ace Attorney universe, it's like there are only 2 rules because someone is a huge nerd. Somebody did look up like the details of what constitutes certain crimes in Japan because something's wrong with her.
Mm-hmm.
And like
Who
those
could this
things
be?
have so many subsections, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen like you look at like any sort of legal document and it's all like multiple pages.
A million statutes. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Is he Seems so. Seems that way.
You really could at least study some evidence law, really.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Phoenix, you're a lawyer. Shouldn't you already know this stuff?
Yeah.
You think I went to law school to learn law?
So you're just gonna bring me a birthday cake on my birthday with a birthday card? I can't remember that entire one, but...
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations, Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't even begun yet. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah!
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she was unwittingly causing a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Yeah, at the end of the day. Right. You know, sometimes it's hard that you forget what we're actually trying to try. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Emma accidentally murdered Neil. Lana tried to cover this up. Gaunt found out about the cover-up, or also assisted. Used this as blackmail, and when he wanted to tie up loose ends for whatever reason, murdered Goodman and made Lana pin it on them because he had the blackmail. Anyway, she merely stuck a knife into his dead body. Look at the back of the book. He has a name. What?
He does? I didn't know.
How did I look at it? Okay, hold on. Rule 1.
Can we not do that?
How can we do that?
Do what?
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. The first one seems like it'll be important. No!
We can't look at it, no!
Okay.
Then what's his name? I need to know.
Please. That means the real killer is still out there. I just don't know why. What incident specifically triggered Goodman to need to die? But I can think of reasons, but not like a specific one. And we're going to expose it, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
Court will now recon.
Yesy, do you want to take him again? I don't know if you'll have
I can take him.
Ryan's going forward. Since
Yeah,
Emma's
because
now.
I think going forward, this would be better for Yossi to take it.
Court will now convene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Aww. But he takes it with grace. I like that about him. Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes. Well,
I love that.
I like that Edgeworth doesn't run away from responsibility. He takes it head on.
Yeah.
It's one of his great qualities.
I also like how he's just like, I'm pretty far from caring about that in this specific instance.
More important things right now, Your Honor.
normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. Just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
a solution.
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one.
You're the one who not letting me do anything.
It
So
would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
unbelievable. Edgeworth
Hey.
has found a way to continue the trial.
Can I have one of you grab the judge for like a minute?
Okay,
I'll do it.
Thank you.
Actually, Dan, why don't you do it? You were doing the judge before.
okay. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Or we could just all have voice the judge.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth its next witness.
Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Oh shit, the pressure.
The defense calls...
I think it should be pretty obvious who we're calling.
Yeah. It's time to finally come to bring out the real murderer. I mean,
Saul Goodman.
it was a suicide!
It was a suicide the whole time. Mike Meekins.
Mike Meekins. He was
But
really...
sir, I wasn't even working at the police department back then.
I like how we did enough parts of this that we got to use like every single new character introduced in the thumbnails.
Yeah, that's really nice. Oh, you know what's actually really funny?
What?
Greatest plot twist of all time. It turns out Mike Meekins was actually Joe Dark in disguise the whole time. He's doing like some insane face replacing stuff.
Yeah, it's just plastic
It's like-
surgery.
Just insane plastic surgery. Face off.
That's why he's so lanky. They had to
Exactly.
like take you know what, never mind.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Damon Gaunt, what does he have to do with anything?
Honor, were you even paying attention, Your Honor?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way.
Alright,
'Cause
returned.
All right, the
Welcome
judge
back.
is back to you.
I like he would be the least likely to be
We're about-
manipulated.
Yes, you were about to question the most innocent man.
You mean Red White's back?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Didn't you know
my
Damon
God.
Gaunt and Red White are related? They're like second cousins.
Second cousins, twice removed.
Exactly. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True.
True.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand.
I don't know what that voice was, but oh well.
Music. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke?
Yes.
I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please.
Please, Mr. Gaunt.
Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt, the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, Ryder, what's with that grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
What? You mean that time when Lava's sister murdered the prosecutor?
Oops.
Personally,
Flip.
I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this. Yeah, so if that's what we're doing for the second part, and then the third part is trying to prove his connection to
Yeah.
Goodman's, that would make sense.
Son, either you're very brave, or very foolish.
What if I said both?
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
You are aware a defense attorney has a badge.
Have you seen my badge, sir?
So true.
Respect it. Weapons?
Respect the badge. Respect it.
Sure.
Remember-
Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
That's
Of
such
course,
bullshit.
such an action carries with it certain risks. I mean, in America, you technically have a right
Yeah.
to silence, so you could just take the stand and be like, "I'm not saying anything." So
Yeah.
and
mean,
since
that
this
is
is
true, but, like-
Japan, that's probably what they're getting at. You know, the Fifth
Yeah.
Amendment.
That's right, but like the ways that they phrased it was like this man specifically has the right to do it. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's true. Because,
God.
like, honestly, because the thing is, in America, it wouldn't just be the chief of police. Literally anyone can do that. They can just be like, "No, I'm not going to
Yeah.
talk." That's your right. Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial.
It's also like someone's silence is not. It would be a surefire way to shut this down because silence is not admissible as like guilt.
Yeah.
We were told
Just
that.
remember.
We were told that many times when I was on jury. Like, you can't use what this person doesn't say as any
Yeah.
sort of evidence.
If this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Sure.
Alright, we know that's not true. Because, like, for some very obvious stuff.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
him? Oh, he was lying on the floor, unconscious. Critical hit. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, I better hit him hard and fast.
Alright, we should be able to just present something right away.
You think?
Because remember when he said he had nothing to do with like, forging evidence here?
Yeah.
I think that's, like, the last statement. That's a clear lie. We know that's not true.
Yeah, we found stuff.
He literally was hiding evidence. Like, so all we gotta do is present one of those things. Yeah, that's the line. Let's just get him right away. Don't need to waste time.
I mean, that's quite literally what Phoenix said. Don't waste time.
There's two pieces of evidence we can use here.
100%. Just like either the vase or the
Yeah,
cloth.
he was hiding because he was hiding a piece of the vase, and he was hiding the evidence list.
Found in Chief Gaunt's safe. Is the key line in those. So let's present this. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
What's that? What's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gaunt, your explanation, please?
I don't know. You tell me, Sonny.
Huh?
My dear Rido. Don't you know? Don't you know the second rule of evidence law? You think he reads?
I just read.
You think this man reads?
I love the idea of being handed an entire book, and it just has like 2 paragraphs in it.
This is kind of what I was getting at when I think it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's kind of neat that they decided to do this whole thing with evidence law in this case, but it's also like the only time they ever do it, and it's like a very surface
Does it remind you of
level
something
way of
else,
doing it.
Duncan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law.
I hate reading.
I
Rule number
hate
2.
evidence law.
Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how exactly is that rag relevant to this trial?
It appears the defense was not prepared.
I can
Oof.
fucking bullshit my way to being prepared. Alright?
Well, that's not the only thing that was hidden
Phoenix
in
is
there.
very good at bullshitting. This is true.
I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance?
Well, okay. I'll do it just this once. But only because you asked, Aji. You know, actually,
Thank
I
you.
decided,
I
guys,
assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
this is the crack ship I decided on for today. It's the judge and
Okay, definitely. That definitely
and-
sits on AO3. I don't even have to look it up to know.
the judge and the Gaunt.
Yeah.
The judge and the Gaunt.
Mr. D. Gaunt.
Yeah.
Oh, D Gaunt. Gotcha.
Yes. So wait, what would the
Sorry. I didn't
judge
nail
and Gaunt? Would it be Jaunt
it.
or
Jaunty.
Gudge?
Uchi. So, was that really a screw-up?
Oh, no, well, the thing is, you just presented that evidence too early. That wasn't the only evidence he was hiding,
Yeah.
though. Try that one. You already know that one's relevant, the jar.
Yeah.
Because he was
That is
hiding a shard of the jar.
I'm just like... This is Emma's handprint. Isn't this...
We don't know how it's relevant to the case yet, so we can't use it yet.
Fine.
That's the second rule of evidence law, Dan.
Don't you know?
But, like, can't we prove where this cloth came from?
I mean, can you prove it at this point
Yes.
in the trial?
No. I guess not.
Exactly.
claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. I'm afraid that this is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
I like how he doesn't even
The Blue
refer to it as
Badger
the
you showed
jar
us
anymore.
earlier.
He just calls it the Blue Badger.
It is the Blue Badger.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe.
Ooh.
Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gaunt. Now, don't ask how we came across these. It was just by chance. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you played a part in the illegal investigation.
Does anybody want the stats on Damon Gaunt and the judge?
What is it?
Sure.
There
Yes.
are 4 fics. Surprisingly, they are all rated general audience or 13.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
There's your AO3 trivia of the day.
There we go. There you have it, folks.
Chief Gaunt, what is the meaning of this?
Here's a defense attorney who may even rival.
Oh, so you
Edgeworth's
admit
not a
we're
defense
rivals.
attorney.
So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence.
I said don't ask how we got it.
Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Rhino? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. What?
True.
Yes, well, in light of the defense's in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. I must say, I feel like if this were real at this point in the trial, this wouldn't go any further because they didn't have like a warrant to search his office, which means already, right off the
Yeah.
bat,
But
you would
they've
just
already
not-
kind of addressed that, and so
yeah, but like a detective, yeah, but like, well, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so
So-
maybe I'm wrong.
according
like-
to Japanese criminal law, what the case is like if you have evidence and you didn't obtain it legally, it's not great, but you really don't get more than a slap on the wrist for that.
Yeah, because I know in America, if you basically use evidence that was obtained illegally, then it could basically lead to a mistrial. It's why you really shouldn't do it. Basically, it just
Yeah.
means that it'll go up to appeal, and they'll be like, this was done improperly. My guy was given the wrong shake of things. They used illegal evidence, and then the appeal judge will be
Yeah.
like, yeah, you get off the hook.
Also,
That's usually
credit
how it
for
works.
that research goes to Let's Overanalyze from their Lawyers Behaving Badly session,
Yep.
by the way.
Okay, so this should let's go on.
Yeah.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
I do really like how, as like an antagonist, he's really like, he feels like the smartest so far.
He is quite intelligent, I'll give him that. I feel like we want to really focus on that last part of his testimony.
Okay.
Because I can already kind of think of a reason why that's wrong. Because the last thing he said, I think, was he'd have no reason to do this. Like, do you remember, Dan, one of the things that was done to the body?
Yeah.
You know, it was like that it was moved.
Yeah. Oops, sorry, I skipped that line. Yes, Your Honor.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Your birthday?
All right, Archie, in return, though.
I know, that place, right?
Hmm?
Huh?
That
Are these
place.
guys telepathic?
Is this what's going on in the AO3 fic? Is that what they're expanding on?
Are they like going
That-
to?
Thank you for that.
Are they going for some skinny dipping? Is that it?
They're
God.
it's general audiences.
The highest I saw the
he's
rating
always-
go was P.
He's always talking about going for a swim. I'm just
Oh
saying.
my god.
I was thinking they were like going to like a restaurant or something.
That's what I thought too, Duncan.
Well, Damon Gaunt is not your ordinary man.
Like,
He would
Gaunt's just,
absolutely do his first date at a swimming pool. I'm just saying.
God, yeah.
For all I know, you could have planted them in the office. Anyway,
I think we want to focus on that last part.
rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
I don't know about that.
So
I
what
think we want to press it instead.
I'll press that.
Hold it!
Really, Chief Gaunt? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this so-called benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. I did forget about that.
Oh, yeah.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Ooh, we got him. Oh, that is a good one.
The more you laugh, the more you... I can feel
Gloria
it
sounds
cracking.
you. Where's the organ music coming from?
Huh?
Do you really think that I'm that incompetent?
Maybe? What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Gah!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
I like pointing so much, though.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself,
You did it
then you did it for someone else.
for Lana?
Oh, don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I.
Just saying, that's a really good sprite. Like, they put
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah, I really
love into
I
it.
love the personality of it.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, they did a good job. I love sprites with personality.
He's a good character.
Yeah, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
Let's press this one too.
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, sir. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Ooh. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Murphy.
There have been something
wasn't a
in it
joke.
for him. Well, if he really was playing the long game, then having someone who could take the fall
Yeah?
would be in it for him. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
Helpless.
True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. I love whenever he just smiles after you say something.
He's got that devilish grin.
Mr. Wright. It appears you are positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
Are you kidding me? He just said, I don't care about anyone. That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is it, this person who you believe Chief Gaunt might have helped forge evidence?
Who
Pretty
else?
obvious. Yeah, it's literally only one person.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gaunt, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
And just general control, like having someone who would do like whatever you asked be chief prosecutor is like gives you hands
Yeah.
in many different fields. After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gaunt.
But how would he profit from all of this?
Come on.
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
I'm gonna kill myself. What are we talking about here?
Everyone in the courtroom is just like, come on, man.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet isn't someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
I imagine everyone's just like, oh god. How did this man get the job?
The judge is like, I love playing with puppets.
I love puppet shows.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gaunt.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
We have something, though.
Yeah.
Unless... That is also what happened in this incident.
This incident... Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. How the hell does nobody hear that and think the guy's, like, majorly suspicious? Like...
Just... What do you mean?
Just making threats on the witness stand.
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gaunt is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Nutty?
Akana!
Order! Order! I said order! Me a cake. Please. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language.
Got a tag team here. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
We both gotta work together to either prove him guilty or we both die.
Yep.
Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his high rank or title, Chief Gaunt is just a man.
Yeah.
The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gaunt to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Well, we know he's got his ID card number.
Yeah. Do we want to do that?
Yeah, let's try it. That's probably the most obvious one.
Yeah. 777, and then they're gonna be all like, oh, well, how does that make any sense? And I'm gonna be like, that's how I opened a safe. It's gonna be like, that sounds really sus, but okay.
Yeah.
Given the circumstances, sure.
The, music didn't stop.
This ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that that's my ID card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gaunt's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gaunt, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh my god, he's cracking.
Mad. It's getting mad.
Order! Order!
take
There's
a
the music.
dance break.
Chief Gott, what do you have to say?
Nothing. As a search of my office is a violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gott, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room. On the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
I
Tell
can go
me,
to the potty all by myself.
That's great.
when you entered the room, were you alone? Oh, I always go to the bathroom alone. Send you in the evidence room.
Oh my god. What did I
Detective-
tell you?
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gott, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This purpose is to determine Lion of the Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor.
No, it isn't. You little idiot.
No, This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gaunt meant the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence.
Show us proof.
Well, remember
So-
why we know that the Detective Goodman,
He
he
could have
needed,
gone it alone.
he couldn't have gone alone because he didn't have his ID card.
Yeah,
So we have proof that he didn't have his ID card.
this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This was
Which
my
means he-
immediate first thought, so I'm glad it was
Yeah.
correct.
Yep. That happens sometimes, Ace Attorney. Sometimes you get a little ahead of yourself.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you're in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filled it.
Filed.
Filed.
Right? He filed it. How do I know? You ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gaunt. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I paid him?
There's no other way that the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Yeah, I think we said
Hold
this
on.
a couple...
Let me guess what you're going to say next.
Okay.
I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
You're getting out in front of it, huh? Exactly.
But wait. The chief did not necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, But that's not possible.
I love when Miles finds his own contradictions. It's just like, now hold on here.
According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
Also,
That's a good point.
You recently just said that you hadn't seen him in days, so
Yeah.
how would you have lent it?
Why would he lie about that? Oh damn, did you see that?
Yeah,
Yeah, the animation started to get really wild during this trial.
that was some cool like impact frame stuff.
Yep.
Chief Gaunt, you did it.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. Everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Bring this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
I don't know, let's call Mike Meekins to the stand. Chief Gaunt, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
Do you know what he's getting at,
That's a
Dan?
hint. I can probably figure it out if I look at the clues again.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of evidence, but there's definitely something in there.
Something useless. Okay.
So
How
first
could
of
the chief
all,
move the body?
I guess the first thing I would say is, how did he move the body? Like literally, how did it get to the prosecutor's office?
To move the victim's body, Chief Gaunt used this. Okay, I'm just looking through everything again.
So how did the body get there? Like, literally, how did it get there? The body was transported in something, right?
Yeah.
And that was?
Was it the car?
Yeah, it was transported in the car. Now, think about it. How would, Gaunt have gotten Edgeworth to do that? There should actually be, like, two pieces of evidence, I think, that can work here. Go to the second page.
Well, the parking stub is definitely something that I haven't used.
You can use that. You could try, at least.
Second page.
There's something else you could use. There's technically two clues you can present here.
Shit. What's this? Okay, I'm gonna do the parking stub.
Yeah, go for it. Try it.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
A parking stub. Miles Edgeworth.
Wait. You mean...
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Damn.
Yes, I'm going to need to get a full detail immediately.
You mean I I carried the victim's body?
Precisely so.
But wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office. After the ceremony finished that day.
But you did return. Tell me why.
Does this ring any bells now? I was asked to go, by Chief Gaunt no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. Pretty random request. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here.
So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in her trunk.
Ooh.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, order, order! What's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal. Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was the exact opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gaunt, please, say something.
I believe your time is up.
My time is up. I'm gonna die?
Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Isn't that usually in the morning?
I mean,
Afternoon.
these happen pretty early.
Yeah.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. Over lunch. There are certain risks to be considered.
You're going to just run away after all this. Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had law to dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye to put both of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof?
Actually, this is one time where you probably want to say, like, because he's got a point. You don't actually have anything decisive yet.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll figure it out.
It seems
but...
contradictory, but this is actually a time where you want to say, like, no.
It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Aji.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can afford to lose, Rido. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji. I'll leave the rest to you. Yeet. He yeeted himself off the stand.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to our senior officer at our nation's law enforcement agency.
What?
Objection!
Is he just gonna kill me? It's like, remove psychic damage.
Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her.
Cheesy ass.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial.
That's true.
We haven't yet heard we haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. That's
Lady
true.
knows the truth. Another witness?
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gon has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Someone among us.
Dun dun! Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Who is this imposter?
Who is Sus?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Are you self-reporting? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
God damn it.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth our own defendant.
Yep.
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court is now in...
God damn it.
I'm scared.
The judge.
Judge.
Chief Gaunt, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyways, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Hey, yo.
Alright, new crack ship. Him and the Deputy Attorney General.
I've
I
got
don't
a
think
meat.
that's correct. They
I've
just
got.
called it a date.
Yeah.
I know that lunch dates don't have to be romantic, but
I've got a meat date. Sorry.
Oh no, we're going to the swimming pool. That's where it is.
We will have lunch underwater.
Exactly. Under the sea.
there's a restaurant in Vietnam. I was going to mention this earlier, and then I forgot.
but in Vietnam, there's a restaurant where like all of the seating is kind of sunken into a pool, and there's like water around it, and you can feed koi fish while you eat.
Oh, that's nice.
Fun.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections. This court is now in recess.
I was wondering if we want to take a break, too.
It's up to you all. I think we can absolutely finish it today if
Yeah.
we commit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just have this last part of trial. It's the longest part, though, which means it will probably take, like, over an hour.
Yeah.
But if we were committed to it, we could definitely do it.
Yeah.
So Dan, is it break time?
I'm good to continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like there's not gonna be a free run episode coming out today. That's fine.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief. He's something else, eh, Bowles?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore, pal.
No.
No!
Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now.
I'm sure we'll get Gaunt arrested, and then there'll be a new chief of police, and they'll, you know,
Yeah.
they'll be chill. Probably, hopefully.
At your office, pal.
Oh, wait. Even better. My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl I used to work with.
Could he mean Maya? I
But
forgot.
no one can replace Maya.
I forgot she
That's
existed.
right, Nick. I'm irreplaceable.
Exactly. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gaunt's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. For real.
Again, literally everybody should have that right. Just saying. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said?
But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What do you mean by that? I think I cut myself somehow.
Wow. There are like children screaming outside.
Awesome. Simple, really.
It's that shrimp bowl.
If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
Who's this?
I'm gonna guess
Gonna-
here.
Guess Emma, yeah.
You mean he
Ah.
forfeits his right to say anything too?
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
That explains why she changed.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed.
Fucking... I love saying lines before they happen.
Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gaunt's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold. We gotta break her out of her shell.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Joker?
Joker?
Joker
Don't
moment?
you, Joker?
If you want to blame anyone, blame capitalism. That's what I liked.
So true. Actually,
Your
that's
Honor,
fake.
Your Honor, we have a brand new defense we'd like to make. Could we say that it was capitalism that murdered the person?
Allow it.
I'll allow it, just once.
It was beauty that murdered the beast. Killed the beast, I guess. Anyway. Did we say this?
Chief Gott might be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
We better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
I have a feeling we're
Let's
gonna
go,
need
right. Time to end this.
we're gonna need to have Emma here so that she can make like an emotional plea about things. Anyway, so I guess I'll take the judge again
Go for it.
since we'll all have two characters again that way. Unless Gumshoe barges in.
He might.
25th.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Now then.
Oh, right, it's me. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Will the defendant,
Oof.
Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Skye, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you are aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gott.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gaunt. You're our only hope. Lana Skywalker.
I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
Fuck. Stop.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Uh-huh.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. But Lana!
Well, I guess you're going to prison for lying. Under oath.
If this is true, that means Chief Gaunt has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Guess we should just start pressing stuff.
Yeah.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gaunt and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gaunt was a respectable detective. That's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
Well, that's
And?
true.
I fabricated... I keep forgetting I don't read those.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana,
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
when I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
You say you did this all by yourself.
Yes,
Do you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
it seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor war knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
Well, lies always, like...
Get more lies.
Lies always beget more lies, Phoenix.
Yeah, but the further you get into the lie, the more unbelievable it is. And
Exactly.
once
Yeah.
you pull the string... Anyway.
So when you found this scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planted the tip of Drake's knife in the victim's body?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulders.
I don't think she's particularly lying about this part, but... My head isn't that bad, though.
Why did you move the body, huh?
But maybe I ought to ask her for this sake. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gott's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar, you mean?
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier.
Alright, the jar did nothing wrong.
It just happened to look like the Blue
Cursed.
Badger.
A cursed
In
creature.
order to show that Dart committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
Oh. When you first found the body, the jar was all ready, eh?
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what had happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
Do you see anything wrong with this, everybody?
Yes,
Do you see it, Dan?
I'm thinking. What's the matter, Emma?
apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
Mm-hmm.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
I want to go back to that statement. That statement was the kicker.
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything wrong with what she just said? The jar was shattered during the struggle?
How did he paint this on it?
Exactly.
Yes.
How in the world would he have written on that if it was shattered during the struggle?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
It was shattered. We found the shattered pieces later.
Yeah, but there's no
in the
telling when exactly it shattered, and how would he have been able to write on it if it was shattered during the struggle? That wouldn't make any sense.
Alright. We'll present the jar then.
Yeah.
Objection!
There we go.
Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Hello.
We're so close to finishing this game.
We're on the very last stretch.
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction with your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony.
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Oh.
He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered pieces, or on the shattered jar.
That's true. It's a good point.
Order, order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Blood jar.
Blood jar.
I noticed the blood trace. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were so large, so I thought I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Alright, I think for this we can just present something immediately. She thought she had gotten all the pieces, but we know she didn't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there should be a line where she said she thought she got all of them.
Fragments were so large, so I'm sure I got them all.
No, you didn't.
We present the jar again.
I guess so. I mean, that's the only thing we can present.
This fucking jar. Final fragment found in Chief
Again.
Gaunt safe.
Yeah, exactly.
Miss Guy, I believe this jar reveals a truth even you were aware of. Or even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gaunt's safe.
In the chief's safe, but how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it.
Yep, that's how we were able to piece together the name.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the crime scene. Chief Gaunt got there before you.
Ooh, here we go.
Okay, Why did he start arranging evidence? Oh, well, I guess he wanted to manipulate her.
Yeah, remember, he wanted her as a puppet.
Did he really see this and was all like, oh, I can use this? First thought?
What? Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Huh, can you believe that?
Oh my god.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor?
Yes.
When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
We just talked about how I forgot my dentures, so yeah, I forgot.
He has bad memory.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gaunt. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was the first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he have to hide that fact for 2 years?
Good question.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No. No.
Why is he so dramatic here?
Oh my
So
god.
funny. It's not like you're on trial, Your Honor.
Wait,
Hey, that's just what I said.
wait,
I'm
I'm
like
not the one on
psychic.
trial here.
He thought he was on trial and he was having a mental breakdown. That's funny. Damon Gaunt arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. question is, what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gaunt do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gaunt's aid. Lending her his aid, Gaunt helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet.
Ow!
Oh damn, there was blood.
Yeah.
I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief.
She's not trying to protect the chief. There you go.
I can't watch you suffer any more for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone.
Hey!
Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says.
Hey, they call me Mr. Right for a reason.
Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Hey.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Hey.
Wait a minute.
Brain blast.
What if
Oh, this is the brain blast moment.
we're still smack dab in the middle of Gaunt's trap?
Brain
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
They really just wanted to write that line
Yeah, they
and have
really
it
did.
sound cool.
Something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will. This is where the handprint on the cloth is gonna come in handy.
Yeah.
I can't.
Please!
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
I'm begging.
Cross-examination may change a thing. May not change a thing. However, there's the possibility that it will. If you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Jesus.
Me too, Judge. Me too. Please just tell the truth this time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw that what had happened, I thought, she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gaunt help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armored sword.
You were the only one who saw that. Only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof.
Ah!
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. Oh, back
what?
of the book.
To me?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I just had a moment. It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
Let's check the evidence we have right now.
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again.
Yep.
There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Gotta check the book.
The book.
Yeah, that's what she gave us.
Now we can
Now we
look
gotta...
Look at him!
Look at him.
Looks like there's... Looks like there's something inside it.
Hold on.
I love you, Pio.
I just want to look at him.
There it is.
Is that his name, or is that...
I don't know. It's either the name or the copyright of the company.
Yeah. Hey, there's a picture here. Brutal.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out of his vest! Could that be?
Yeah. The cloth we found inside Chief Gott's safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints this are must be the real murderer.
Well... What with those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma.
Uh-oh.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Lipstick. Trying a new shade.
Anyway, let's
So
get to the
true.
cross-examination.
Fashionista.
So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Hip, hop, hibbita, hip hop, but don't stop rocking on the bang bang boogie, don't break the boogie, the bigger the boogie the beat. Alright, okay.
What in
Immediately.
the world?
Ah!
Here we go, jump scare. He literally he just shoves Lana aside.
Organ music. Back at it again.
Come now, Achi. Is your lunch date already over, sir? This is the poorest excuse of a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gott!
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify.
Get wrecked.
Get
That
fucking
means
wrecked.
you forfeit any right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
True. Just sit back and relax. And enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Get his
Shit.
ass,
That's a
Edward.
good. That's a good line.
Yeah.
So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Yeah. Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Rhino? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. There was only one fingerprint that actually was Emma's. We couldn't figure out the other ones. And also, if he came upon the crime scene first, couldn't he have just like, let me just put her fingerprints all over this, and we're good.
Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death.
Because he's an asshole.
Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence to present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
Their theme song plays.
the Board of
Dun-da-da-da.
Not the boy. Board of Inquiries, and it's the acronym.
I better think this through carefully.
boy.
I can't afford to make a wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
Actually, you want to say no, huh?
Yeah, we want to find out more before we present that.
Yeah, because if we show it right now, it'll just make Emma the murderer.
Yeah.
Natalie, can you even show it now?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
Chief Gaunt.
You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside! The conclusive evidence! You see how this is kind of starting to make him look bad?
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Sorry for bumping the mic.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. You see the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Damn. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rido. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
Oh, good.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that, when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky? I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work. It's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you make me for? A fool? I didn't make the police chief. I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
Objection!
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
That's
Good point.
true. I was all like, what? If he...
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if what Lana believed was true and he was hanging on there, then, like, how would he have gotten to it?
Yeah, who's to say he wouldn't have been lying more?
So, does that mean that Neil was actually killed by Joe Dark with the knife on the shield?
Maybe.
I mean, unless Gaunt did that too, but...
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come now, Righto. Cloth it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gaunt, that you were hiding the cloth. You cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Rhino. You should have shown it before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived.
Gotta show it now.
As long as I don't mess up here, victory's mine.
No, you can't show it. That's part of the trick.
No, I think we have to show it now.
Look at the court record. Look at evidence law. I feel like according to evidence law, we can't show it.
No, I don't think that's what we're supposed to do here.
Okay, I can't remember. I really thought that it was something like you can't show it right now. Maybe save, because
Yeah.
I feel like there's a trick to it. I know there's something that comes
What you're
up.
thinking of right now, yes, he doesn't come up until a little later.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm just thinking like if he admitted to forging the other pieces of evidence, why does that make this piece any different?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that to be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Rhino had all this time to present this evidence. And yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean, do you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person who these belong to is... Mike Meekins!
I can't believe him.
He's always the one... Yeah, we have to present her. Or else we die.
Yeah.
Emma? Emma Skye?
They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you're really something, Rhino. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster! Sorry if I peeked the mic.
It's
No,
good.
that was good.
That was good.
Miss Skye,
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skye, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, my boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That,
Okay,
my
you're
friend,
president
is a
now.
serious offense.
How can I see what you mean now?
Yep. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Show him your badge. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl to a murderer?
I don't know, why don't you tell us how it feels?
Ooh, he's gonna turn it around.
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what would that be?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
what?
Chief Gaunt, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall? Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
Here we go. What? Contradiction? What is this full black about?
What is blood on about, waffling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gaunt, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, a piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
For your evidence. You have something.
Ooh. Ooh.
There's a lot of evidence in this case.
Yeah.
Keep going.
The evidence law? Is it time for this now?
No, not
There's
quite.
one more.
Take a look at this real quick.
Okay.
You notice something?
Hold on. Hold on.
I remember.
I don't know what I'm supposed to notice.
Oh, a little hint would be, take a look at the bloodstain.
Yeah.
You notice how the bloodstain is on both his vest and his shirt?
Yeah.
But then notice how the cloth that was cut off, it has
Oh,
no
it has
bloodstain
nothing.
on it.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't make any sense if it was taken after the killing, right?
Yeah.
Which means the only explanation is it had to have been cut off before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, but it's something that he wouldn't have caught on, and it's something he couldn't have predicted because he didn't know that Lana took a picture.
Yeah.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Ew.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
No blood.
Wait, there's no blood on it.
Ah!
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No. This is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gaunt, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Okay, so he did murder. I was kind of confused because like Emma succeeded in like pushing them both out of the way, and I guess knocking them both out.
They almost got him now.
But then I'm just, it's really grim to imagine Gaunt showing up, picking up Neil, and just being like,
Just impaling him like that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty grisly.
Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor sword.
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said prosecutor proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only a moment ago? That you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer.
No.
Here he goes. Going Super Saiyan. It's
Yep.
finally all over. Is it?
Are you sure? Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, he's getting desperate.
Look at his hair. It's floopy, flaccid.
Oh no.
I
His
don't
hair
like
is
the
flaccid.
wording. That was bad.
Did you just go for a swim?
Oh. That was a close one, Rhino. You almost had... I'm sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. Refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
And that's how we use the evidence.
Yeah, this is where it finally comes into
Okay,
place
okay.
here.
I had it turned around.
Order, order. What? What nonsense is what is happening?
You know, I would love the judges saying, this is the first time I've ever heard of evidence law. What are you talking
Yeah.
about? And technically that would be true because it's never popped up in Ace Attorney. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, G? Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rhino? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At the moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in a court of law? It looks like laugh's laugh on you, son. This is the final part here, the final stretch.
I'm afraid Mr. Gaunt's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Seems at last.
Oh, the time to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Ooh la la.
Allow me to show you this book. Mr.
There's a
Wright,
cute little ducky on it.
do you admit to it?
Chick. Baby
do
ducks
not.
aren't called chicks, are they?
He did not illegally do it.
Yep, he
I
didn't.
did not.
A duck is a duckling, but it said peel, so that made me think chick.
Yeah.
Peel is like beep beep in
Yeah.
Japanese.
Oh, well, that's what I was saying. You called it a little duck.
Oh. Whichever.
Yeah. Because it is P.O., I was like, it is a chick because P.O.
Peel. I'm just saying shit, I'll be honest.
It's fine. I admit, I refused to present. I refused to present it at one point.
Oh, the evidence is illegal.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gaunt. It's not that I didn't present it then. It's that I couldn't.
Remember his wording earlier? He
Yeah,
said,
at
I
this
cannot
moment."
present this evidence at this time.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He is nothing but a coward. He can't really believe it. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this? I've never seen this before.
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law.
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
Yep. Or that's what I was getting at earlier. We couldn't necessarily prove at that point in time how it was relevant.
I presented it
What?
way early.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Technically, since I did present it in the first part of the trial, and he called me out for it not being relevant, he kind of proved his point.
Yeah.
Or proved my point that way, but that was like an optional dialogue path, so it's not gonna
Yep.
count.
Objection!
Sorry, can you recall when was that picture presented?
It was presented after.
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gaunt.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No! No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gaunt, the killer was you!
We got it. Oh, the best part.
Oh god, he's gonna die. There he goes. There he goes.
Look at this
He's
breakdown.
dying. He's dying. Oh god!
I love that breakdown.
Your hands would hurt at that point. We haven't
I
really,
knew I should have gotten rid of him.
we haven't really gotten some of the best. The first game doesn't have when they started going hard on the breakdowns, from my understanding.
This one really did though.
Yeah.
Like he fucking went. I think in the base game they actually made him clap literally as fast as the game cartridge would let him.
Nice.
Which is kind of funny.
Each frame was a new clap.
Yep. That for nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around an apartment, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, and yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, and then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Ah, so that would explain why it got him.
Yep.
Detective Goodman.
Yes, that's right.
the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
He took his hat off and everything. You have to help him.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to.
I think that means that Marshall is like the goat of this case.
He really was.
He's like one of the most fun characters, and also led to Damon Gaunt fucking up.
Yeah.
We have to visit him in prison and be like, hey,
Thanks,
you
partner.
did it.
Once you get out of here, we can go to Texas Roadhouse.
Get a beer, partner. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day.
I said goat of the case, I meant MVP.
Yep.
Still
I
simple.
think I still got it.
Yeah.
He wanted to file a lost item report. I went to him to the evidence room. And then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out.
Quick, someone take Bruce.
I'll do it.
Okay.
What are you talking about, Goodman?
How does Saul?
I
Do
don't
a
know, I feel
Saul,
like
do a
he
Saul
likes
Goodman
very, like-
impression.
Either that or like noir, because he's dressed as like a noir detective.
Or a Saul Goodman impression. Either works fine.
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? I don't know. We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. There's only 2 lines, that's fine.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said this.
It's not too late. I turned into Marshall. It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me. I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
We did find a lot of traces of blood that never got explained. It
Yeah.
makes sense that there was an actual murder.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body.
You're paying for my auto detailing.
I broke your trunk. But what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
I like to think there that Edgeworth was more angry that they broke into his car.
Yeah.
that they stuffed a body in there. It's like, my car!
I'm gonna have to fix this!
There's this headcanon that one of my friends has because, like, with Manfred von Karma fucking being a fucking ass.
Yeah.
That, like, that's part of why Edgeworth is so into, because, like, that's, like, the one thing that Manfred von Karma, like, could never touch. It's like, this is something that he bought with his own money and that wasn't given to him by von Karma.
Interesting. I was just thinking of the Ninja Sex Party song. Rhinoceratops versus Super Puma. The entire one of the big jokes of that is like is like there's these giant monsters rampaging down the city, and then we cut in after the chorus, and Danny's all like, "Fuck! They scratched my car."
Nice.
I'm gonna have to lightly buff that out. It's gonna be like a whole weekend. Damn it.
Oh, Ninja Sex Party.
Well, she had as much to lose as I did for the truth coming out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it.
Did you?
I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yes. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same.
Oh boy, one of these
Voice
bitches.
actor, yes.
Are they?
One day, you'll understand.
Duncan.
Oh, well,
It's
okay.
me.
Right.
It's me. It's literally me. It's Ryan Gosling. Literally me. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
Well,
But he's not alone. He has his boyfriend.
did you not see how we absolutely tag teamed you? I've been avoiding saying double teamed the entire time, but
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe be careful with the wording there.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Archie.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Oh, AO3.
Aw, dang. So that's
There it
why
goes.
there are so few.
I told you
They had to
guys,
cancel.
this is the ship for the stream. We're going with it. Sorry, old
Today's stream
friend.
is brought to you by.
It's like Sesame Street, the letter of the day, only for us it's the ship of the day.
I'm sorry too, David Gaunt. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Archie. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry. You'll be fine.
I do understand, like, getting jaded and stuff. But, like, don't do what he did.
Yeah. Vice Now, you have Rhino here. And Worthy. With those two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new era.
New beginning.
It works.
It works.
I can hear them now. Wedding bells. Yay.
Yay!
Dong.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gaunt betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
I would say a third thing, please don't lie when you're on the stand. It just makes things worse.
Hee. You're right.
I forgot. Did I predict 2 streams ago that Damon Gaunt killed?
Yeah, you basically said
Yeah.
something to the effect that he was puppeting her.
Every time you make a prediction that ends up being right, I have to like put myself on mute.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Stop laughing.
I just kind of have to give the side eye when you do that, because
Yeah,
I
or
don't want to
sometimes like
spoil anything.
I'm not gonna say anything like when I've had this moment, but you'll say something, and I'll be like, dang,
He
it's gonna
got
be
it.
relevant later.
No,
He's got it.
I feel like since I've started this channel, I've been like better at predicting these kinds of things.
No, that's
Yeah,
fair.
once you get familiar with the Ace Attorney formula, you'll start to be able to predict things more.
Yeah, well, I'm also talking about like outside of things.
No, I
Yeah.
gotcha.
Like I was just casually watching Interstellar with my parents. I had never seen it before, and I was like,
Uh-huh.
I think I know what the twist is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like an hour and 30 minutes into that movie, I was all like, oh, I think I know what it is. And I was right. And I'm like, it also like
Bing bang boom.
being an English major,
Yeah.
you know how to write things, so you kind of know how other people write things.
Yeah.
Um,
When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years.
this is gonna end up being a 4-hour stream, by the way.
Yeah. From the time I had Gaunt help me to forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have for a rookie.
Still never lost a case.
True. This is true.
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
I mean, we're the defense attorney who helped convict the chief of police.
And
And
a
also-
prosecutor with a
and also one of
40-year
the-
win streak.
Yeah, one of the greatest prosecutors. So,
We
pretty good record.
gotta be like making bank now. Everyone's coming to us, but it seems like Phoenix is really choosy about what cases he.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
whereas he could be making a lot of money by being like one of the greatest defense attorneys,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah, it is a running joke that the Wright anything or the Wright and Company law offices don't have any money.
yeah. There she is.
That's such a good sprite.
Yeah.
I like that too.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's like at the end of the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom game where you just like, I just want to see Zelda smile.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, shoutouts to Edward too. Couldn't have done it without him.
You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Cinderace.
Considering.
I didn't write a resignation or anything. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I was only doing my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes. I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. I am so tired.
Me too.
We do have to go through the
Your
credits
Honor.
though. Like
Yeah.
it's genuinely important.
Yeah. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Bam! Bam!
Yay!
Yay! We did it!
That is all. The court is adjourned.
Yay!
Hooray!
Daylight.
5:03 p.m. It was like 2:30 when we started that.
We're pretty spot on if we're running by Eastern time.
Yeah, we're like literally 10 minutes behind this.
We're not on the day though. We're close.
We're close. We've been doing good with that.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. Or you.
Yeah, that too.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Faye thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
but Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything,
Is
pals.
this your new catchphrase?
I guess so. I guess
I love the eyes looking back and forth really quickly.
Yeah.
I'll come back later.
Wait.
Only sad.
Detective Gumshoe. What is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around and all while on duty. And on top of it all, call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
Yeah, that's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Hello.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
He's a good guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked.
Impressive.
It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming.
Imagine being 27 years old and being all like, that was the first time I ever panicked.
Yeah, for real. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Kant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I've realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years.
The band had to break up.
I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you would look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma.
Give us a pic of them hugging. Yes! Yes!
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so cute.
So sweet.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future.
Oh, it's such a good,
Yeah.
they're so good.
It's very feel good.
I liked it.
I also feel like that's probably one of the better Phoenix quotes. You know, every
Yeah.
now and again
I think
he drops some
I
props.
know.
I make character playlists, and so for Phoenix's, the title for that is Our Way Back to Our Past. So it's taken from that line.
I want to say, by the way, just as a pro on this case, Phoenix was really intelligent in this case. Like, some people say that he's not smart.
He
but
is smart.
Honestly, I think this is probably the smartest he's been, in this case.
And he comes
Especially the whole
across as,
thing.
sorry.
Yeah.
He felt smarter than me in some cases.
Yeah.
Of like, oh,
Like,
I
because
didn't
like
think
in
of
some
that.
of because the justification I hear for some people sometimes is that like, oh, he's just getting helped out by the Faye sisters, you know, like they come in clutch, which admittedly sometimes they do, okay, but this time it was literally all him. Emma helped out a little, but like Phoenix really just put everything together basically himself. So this is probably like the best showcase of his intelligence.
I'll also
I think.
point out that Phoenix seems like he's dumber to us because we can see his harebrained thought process and see him jumping from idea to idea. Part of it is like, so in later games, like, as you know, with Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, you don't play as Phoenix for all of those cases.
Mhm.
Like, that's not a spoiler. But like, you know, Phoenix is still a character, and so when you see me, like, God damn, like, he's really hopping from idea to idea. Like, this man's kind of on it.
Yeah.
And it's because, like, if you're not seeing him, like, fuck, what evidence do I pick? Like,
Yeah, we don't see his
he's just coming
POV in
from
that
the idea of
game.
Fire. So he
Yeah.
comes across as a lot smarter because we're not seeing him panicking about it.
Yeah, we're
It's-
not literally in his brain.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that the self-insert character is seen as dumb by people. Like, I think
Yeah.
that's a
It's
self-report.
more just a self-report in some ways, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
Alright. I didn't read that line.
It's fine.
Oh well.
Fuck.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth is like peeking around the door.
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
He's being shy.
He was hiding behind
I'm
the
so
plant.
mad.
Where is he hiding?
Why are you so mad?
Under the couch.
I just... It's cursed. I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
What is wrong with him? Affectionately.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
Oh no! DL6 music. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief God was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. In order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth,
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gaunt did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
but you have 2 spin-off games you need to do.
Think of the money.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gaunt and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone.
I told you guys, I was right earlier.
The power of friendship.
Yay!
You were working
Yay.
together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present the evidence that would otherwise have gone undiscovered.
He's all like, I'm getting my own Maya Fey. Emma? Wanna come with me?
Let's go.
Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
The evidence list.
The badge.
No, not the badge, Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix. I think it's...
The evidence list.
Yeah, I know what it is. I just can't remember where in this
Oh,
endless court record it is.
because they combined.
Yep.
Yeah. That must have been printed on, like, B4 paper or something. I hate that I know that. That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half the evidence list, and I had the other half. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
Aww. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
Look away.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth?
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe my thanks to you too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I'm gonna sue you.
So dramatic.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna sue you.
What?
He's like, I'll see you in court.
That's true.
What charge are we bringing up?
For being a dumb bitch. That's what.
He's too
front-facing Edgeworth scared me, and I'm suing for damages.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn, and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Why was Edgeworth last?
Well, don't go track it down just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it might be okay with me. That's a different story. But the president, that's a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright, he's the one who's gonna be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What? You think I can afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding, pal.
Huh? Rapid fire.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Say the thing, Phoenix.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Any of you know Return to Innocence by Enigma?
No.
No? Okay. It's a song that has like some chanting in it. That goes like,
Okay, gotcha.
hi, 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 why,
Come on, guys, let's go.
Objection!
Oh god.
There we go.
Yay, Shutakumi!
Now we're done.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Yay.
Yay.
I mean, so, slight thing I've been spoiled on. I know Emma does come back in future games. I don't know anything if Lana comes back. But,
Yikes. I thought I was gone for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation into the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yeah, that's what they said. It just goes to show. Can't shake me off that easy.
I want him to work with us, though.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I really liked this case, though. It introduced a lot of characters that were very good. Is it controversial to say... Oh, hold on. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Wow, he's got a fan.
Hooray.
Is it controversial to say
Reach.
that? I actually think that this is my favorite case of the first game.
It's not controversial.
It's
It's,
a
like
good-
a good
it's
case.
a good
that's just
opinion.
long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
It's a
well,
long case, but I like the conclusion.
yeah. Who's next?
Please, not
Oh,
the blue.
God.
No,
Oh, God. Oh,
why
God.
the blue badger?
They zoom in once more. It's just the eye taking up the whole screen.
This is holding me back from saying it's my favorite case, Dan. It's this
Yeah.
fucking thing right here.
Yes!
Yes!
Die!
Die!
I think
Death.
I think all like
Destruction.
the mini games and new mechanics make it really cool. And well, yeah, it does make it longer and fuck. What's this? You can't see I'm having a showdown with a steak dinner or a steak lunch? Miss Star arranged to sneak this to me. Ha! Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang gets their water?
I like that they named the cactus Billy.
I'm glad he knows.
The kid.
I'm glad he knows he was successful.
Billy.
But
Yeah.
God damn it.
Looks like we won't be seeing. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout scene. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure to not eat it backwards.
The hair flip in the middle threw me off.
I think Turnabout Goodbyes was the best from the original first game, and
Yeah.
it's really good at being fast paced.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be. Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, got to go.
Oh my God, it's chair!
Chair!
Chair
I know,
reveal!
cool chair.
But it's. I think that case was more fast paced with like the twists and turns.
Yeah. It
And
wasn't
it was
nearly as long.
and it was more intuitive to understand, whereas this case had some genuinely difficult things that
Yeah. There was some pretty tricky stuff. Hey.
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
oh, who's this?
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Teaser for the next game, perhaps?
Yeah, is that alluding to someone we will see?
Perhaps.
Yes.
One of the best characters.
A lot of there was a lot more dialogue in this game that kind of felt fillery, I guess.
Yeah.
Or in
Oh,
this
boy.
case.
times.
Oh,
Mr.
God.
Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Ah.
Vacation request. Goes to Okinawa, comes back tanned.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Take a look in a book. It's a rainbow. A reading rainbow.
Open the back. Got a letter.
Oh boy, this looks cute.
Aww, that's sweet.
It's so cute.
So many.
I love all the still frame art. It's so good.
Yeah, so
really good.
so many new wallpapers. If you take all the still frame art and just make them all rotating wallpapers.
All right, you did it, Dan.
That would be cute.
You
Oh
beat
my
the
God.
first game.
Ace
Thoughts of the
Attorney.
game.
Yay.
Thoughts on the game? I hate
Closing
it.
thoughts. Oh, damn.
Closing remarks.
Absolutely horrible. No. Okay, let me switch to. Let me turn off the music. And then switch. Let me turn on the this music.
I'm just gonna trust that you did it because I can't hear it the way it is.
Yeah, I turned on the ba-da-da, ba-da-da, the trial theme because that's a chill one. Okay, my thoughts on the first game. It's very good. One of my favorite things about the first game, and I'm sure the other games will do this too, but the first game seemed very tightly written, with maybe the exception of the Steel Samurai stuff being kind of a fillery case.
That's a common trend with Case 3 in these
Yeah.
games.
That's a common trend in the Ace Attorney series in general, is that a lot of times people say the third case is like the weakest in the
Which
game.
doesn't mean it's bad, but like...
It's also not always true, it's just most of the time it ends up being true.
Yeah, but the rest of the cases in the first game really like played into each other very well. They all were relevant to like the same, getting to the bottom of the same thing. So I like that, and I hope other games do that too. Where they kind of have like a bigger issue that we got to get to the bottom of. Whereas and then the final case, Rise from the Ashes, really felt like it was trying to do that entire like first game, get to the bottom of one case in like a single thing. And
I think that was kind of the point.
we've done 15 streams, and 6 of them have been for this one case, which means that
Oh no.
which means that nearly half of our streams have been for this. And keep in mind that we've like been doing a little bit longer on this one. Although I think nearly every stream from Turnabout Goodbyes is like a 3-hour one. So,
Yeah.
but we have a 420. We have a over 4-hour stream for the finale of this one. I think it deserved it.
Yeah.
Here's something I was thinking about a lot during this case that I really like. Since there's not like a lot of animation, I've watched like a video about how like this game uses minimal amounts of animation and frames to like maximize expressiveness. The poses are so good that the characters do. But one thing that I haven't heard anyone say is that something as simple as the text scroll and the text speed, like, it's always like different depending on the scenario.
Yeah,
so, like,
which I think is a neat way of showing it.
There's someone who like manually changes the text speed for each line so that you can get a sense of how the people are saying it. But that's just a little thing that I liked. Otherwise, while the like mystery elements of this are good, overall the like themes of the story aren't crazy like unique.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, I can understand how this game is pretty like addicting, because as long as you do the cases right, it always ends in like justice, and you're all like, feels sweet. So it's a pretty solid formula, knowing that most things are probably going to end up going right in the end, by the end of each case. I've been liking a lot of games that are just like kind of low stakes lately. So I appreciate this game for that. It's not like there's some pretty intense scenarios, but I was gonna say something in regards to that. Oh yeah, I was also thinking a couple times, like, it's depressing to think about, but a lot of the like times when like people get convicted in this, I'm all like, that would never happen in real life.
Yeah.
I'm like, for example, the second Turnabout Sisters, right? With red white, I'm all like, nah, no way a top CEO is getting. I mean, he probably wasn't that big of a CEO, but like, no way is he getting convicted, and that's depressing to think about. So this game is kind of wish fulfillment-y in that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think those are my immediate thoughts, and I'm excited to get to the second game. I think, the second and third game of this, I think I know more characters from, like, the Apollo Justice trilogies than I do about the rest of these games. Although...
So part of that is probably because the, like, investigations, only one of the two games for that got localized, and so the second game is actually a fan translation, which, to be fair, is really, really good. And then Great Ace Attorney was only localized within the past couple of years. So before that, there actually is a fan translation for that, and that was the only circulated copy in English. Well, I can't call it a copy because it's unofficial, but...
Well, I guess the only characters that I really know in the next... I mean, I'm gonna see some characters and be like, oh, I know that character.
Yeah.
But since you guys are so, you guys love Godot and, Francisca's her name? Right?
Francisca, yeah.
Yeah. Since you guys love them so much, I'm like, I know them. But
yeah,
that's about it.
I think you probably know, like, two things about Francisca, which is, one, what she looks like, because I've cosplayed her. She does have a whip, because I cosplayed her.
Yeah, she has a whip, and, well, I guess I also know that, like, if I know her name is Von Karma, so, but that's really the
that
only
is true
other thing that I know.
Yeah, I can't even call that a spoiler. It's literally her name.
And the only thing I know about Godot is that he's got a weird mask, and he throws coffee. Because I've seen, like, coffee throwing memes a lot.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a lot of fun making the thumbnail image for Game 3, and I might edit your little doodad guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna be having new art. Say goodbye to.
I'm very excited. I finished it all yesterday.
Say goodbye to these bottom characters. Well, at least for Yessie and Duncan, they're gonna be changing.
Yep.
I'll
Yeah.
be the same.
I was trying to think for you. I couldn't think of a good, meaningful way to change yours, but if I think of one before next stream, I will let you know.
Okay.
Or if you have any ideas.
I probably won't have much idea.
We'll figure it out. Worst comes to worst,
Oh, you cut
some
out.
fun little icon ideas for games. Oh, sorry. I was saying worst comes to worst, I definitely have some ideas for Game 3.
Okay. Eventually, I'll be Apollo Justice, and that'll be fun.
Eventually, you'll also be Miles Edgeworth.
Yeah, in the investigation games.
Your wish fulfilled.
When is the
Yep.
first one of that happening?
I would put it after. So, technically, if you want to go in order of release, I think Apollo Justice came out before Investigations, but I might be wrong on that. I will admit. I would recommend playing both of the Investigations games before Apollo Justice because that goes in chronological order.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what we did.
So so Investigations happens directly after Ace Attorney 3.
Okay. So we'll do the whole trilogy, and then we'll get to do that.
Yeah.
But when are we doing Professor Layton crossover with Phoenix Wright?
That's a yeah.
DVD.
I actually haven't played that one before, so that'll be fun
Neither
because
have
it'll
I.
be all of our first time playing it.
Yeah, if we want to do that, it's not available anywhere besides 3DS though.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
So we might have
Well,
to get our
we
hands
have hope because of how
on a
the
ROM
franchise
somehow.
is going.
And it's also mostly a Professor Layton game.
Yeah.
Where they meet the Phoenix and Mayan. I think those are the only ones. So it's mostly a puzzle game.
Nope. Edgeworth is in that one too. I do know that.
Ah, okay. Gumshoe got shafted. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't. Like I said, I don't know as much.
Yeah. Anyway,
So
I'm
my
playing.
assumption is
I've talked about it
Sorry.
a couple times. I'm playing the game Another Code, which is a
uh-huh.
mystery puzzle game. If you like Ace Attorney, that one's a pretty good one. I've been having fun with it. It's probably geared towards younger audiences. Because the main character's like 13 in the first game, and I feel like that if I was 13 years old, I would be so into this narrative, I wouldn't be able to guess it. But like while playing it, I'm all like, I guessed the entire thing. Besides one plot twist, but I'm on the second game of that. This is just recommendations for
Woo.
you two. If you want
Yeah.
a game to play on your Switch, it's not long. I beat the first game in 8.5 hours, and it took my time.
Okay.
Second game seems a little longer though. All right. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to say?
Nope, I'm good.
Katsucon next
Just
week.
we'll see you in game 2. Katsucon next week.
I'll take some pictures and probably post them. We'll definitely take pictures together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was very fun. I'm excited for game 2.
Yep. Till next time.
See y'all.
Dan, when do you think we can expect that?
Probably in the week after next week, right?
Okay, that's what I was assuming.
Unless that's
So
not
that
good.
means you all. It should be fine.
By that point, I will have finished Blue Eye Samurai, and so once that show's done, Ace Attorney 2, Justice for All, Till then, take it easy, everyone.
Bye bye.